glass is getting melted.
So, why don't I give you guys just a real quick introduction to how glass blowing works? Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, you see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. We keep the melted glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes. Those are called blow pipes. And we blow a little air. Watch him. He blows air into that tube, closes it up with his thumb, and a little bubble pops out the other side.
See, he just blew some air and it made a bubble. You didn't see that? Okay. You'll see it again.
You've probably blown bubbles, haven't you? That's all we're doing now. We're blowing bubbles. Instead of using soap, we're using glass.
You want to go that side and see?
So these guys who are blowing the glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're museum employees. They're extremely skilled. We have Nick Davis, Gabe Feenan, and Sarah Gilbert. Glass blowing is a team sport. We almost never work alone. What? Can we put up a furnace diagram again? So that's what the furnace looks like inside. So in the bottom half of that machine, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The melted glass has the texture of honey. And when we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass, twirl it around, a little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. We blow into the tube, and it blows up like a balloon. What? Well, if you want to make something larger, you dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then you dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. Once you get all the glass you need onto the pipe, then we blow it up to its full size and shape. Do you guys know about our contest for kids?
No.
Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever you drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for you to keep and one for the museum collection. It doesn't cost anything to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. So,
That's cool. So you can actually make what you draw.
yes. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills? So if you look up on the big screen, these are all made from kids' drawings.
Can they go in the gallery?
Well, we have an exhibit right now. They're not always around, but right now we have a good big exhibit of the kids' design glass.
See, somebody drew a fish and they build a fish with it. That's so cool. Wow.
So the only restriction is you have to be 12 or younger.
Listen, listen, listen. Who's trying to talk to you?
Are you guys 12? Oh, good. Then you can do the drawing.
So if you're over 12, you can do the drawing.
Yeah, your mom can't do it, your dad can't do it, but you can.
You both can. You can do it too.
No, no, younger, younger. Old
You're
people,
6, so you can do it.
old people have to,
Smaller than 12. Yeah,
old
see?
people have to go to the gift shop.
See? That elephant was nice.
So we have a big exhibit across the hall of winners of the. So we make two of each whatever we pick, and one stays here at the museum. We put it on exhibition, and one that gets the kid gets to keep.
Oh, the kids gets to keep too. So if yours win, you can get to keep yours. Yeah, you want to make Enzo? Fine. See, that's a unicorn somebody made. That's so cool. You can make rainbow. Okay.
You can make whatever you like.
Let your imaginations run wild. Okay. Yeah, it's a blank sheet of paper. Whatever you drew, if it gets picked, they will make it. That's cool.
So
That's
there's
nice.
all sorts of fun stuff. So don't skip that. If you
I won't skip it for sure.
okay,
See, now that
can you do two drawings? No, on one for each kid.
every visit.
Yeah, because we got a lot of kids here, so you can only have one for each kid.
Now we just started with the month of January, so maybe everybody that does in January they will choose one. Okay, you make whatever you want. They're putting it in the glass, right? They're keeping it heated. So when they collect more and more glass, they keep on heating so it joins together.
So we have two kinds of furnaces. We have the glass furnaces, those are the ones with the doors closed. And then we have the glory holes. The glory holes are the round ovens with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Each time we heat up the glass, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go back to the glory hole and heat it up again. And that's so it starts out with just one little puff. We blow into the tube and close it up with our thumb, and the heat and pressure expands it. We get the raw ingredients for the glass in a form called batch, and it's like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients. We throw it in the furnace, cook it overnight. In the morning, we have a tank full of glass. What? It's in the back, in the storage room. Yeah, it's got all. There's three main ingredients in glass: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand, sand is the, not like soda that you drink. Uh, Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand, and the lime is calcium carbonate, and that's stabilizes the mixture chemically. So right now, Nick is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So he's going to hang out at the bench and let that bubble cool and stiffen a bit. And then he's going to dip it into the tank of molten glass again and get another layer. So now that's Gabe with the hat. He's dipping it into our big tank of molten glass, twirling it around. We'll coat the bubble with a fresh layer of hot molten glass. He's going to, when we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, it makes the steel pipes hot. We go over to that trough. It's called the pipe cooler. We just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Gabe's going to shape that bubble with the block. Just make it nice and round and even. Gabe is shaping the glass with a pad of wet newspaper. You can see him spray some water on it. As long as it's wet, it doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Sarah has just pulled out a piece of cane. It's a glass rod with fancy stripes in it. And she's going to bring it over to Gabe, and Gabe's going to apply it to the bubble. She's heating it up in the glory hole, the brown furnace. Make it soft. She's going to bring it over to Gabe. And Gabe's going to apply the fancy stripe to the bubble. A bottle. B-O-T-T-L-E. So right now we're just adding some decoration. Coloring glass comes from different metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green.
So in your premix that you get, you will have different color?
No. We buy colored glass. Could we put up the color bar photo? Oh, wait. No, he's not. Oh. So we buy colored glass from two companies in Germany. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, we heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that bubble with red or blue or green, whatever color we want it to be. But the colors in this come from different metals dissolved in the glass when the German company cooks it up from scratch. I don't know after that. It's tea. So it's kind of a transparent brown. All the colors you see while we're working are distorted by the heat. Whatever color we start with, when it cools off, that's what we'll end up with. We call the color tea.
You can actually see the color of the bubble. Now he's going to heat it up so it all binds together.
Nick's going over to the garage. The garage is the silver oven with the curved side, and that's where we keep things warm while we're working. So I think he's going to pull out another cane, and he'll bring it to Gabe, and Gabe will apply it to the bubble. So we're adding the decorations now before we blow the bubble up to its full size and shape. Nick is heating up the cane, the rod of colored glass with fancy stripes in it. He's making it soft in the glory hole. He's going to bring it to Gabe, and Gabe is going to apply it to the bubble. Gabe is heating up that bubble in the glory hole, and we're going to melt in all those decorations. The longer he stays in that oven, the hotter and softer the glass gets. Now he's shaping it against that steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, Marver. Notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Now Sarah is blowing. You can see the bubble getting bigger. It's the lady who's sitting down to the left of the bench. So she blows through that steel tube, and then Gabe shapes it. So now Sarah's blowing. You can see Sarah blowing as Gabe shapes the glass with a pad of wet newspaper.
That's cool, right? Teamwork. See how it is getting elongated? It comes like a powder and then gets put in that big oven and then they heat it up and it's really good.
Now Gabe is using a tool called the jacks. He's going to give the glass a little squeeze. He's going to make a narrow part for the neck of the bottle. He's going to make a little notch in the glass. And that's the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. Sarah's blowing. You can see the bubble at the end getting bigger. It's like blowing up a balloon. Nick is preparing our newspaper marver. It's a sheet of plywood with several sheets of wet newspaper on there. We're going to use that to straighten out the sides of the bottle. Anybody have any questions? Each time he heats the glass up in the glory hole, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the glory hole and heat it up again. Now we're getting ready to flatten the bottom of the bottom of the bottle. Nick, the man with the shaved head, has a wooden paddle. He's going to use it to flatten the bottom of the bottle. So Nick holds a wooden paddle against the bottom to make the bottom nice and flat. Gabe, sitting at the bench, leans on the sides with the jacks to keep the sides nice and straight. Going to push the center of the bottle in just a little bit. Make it concave so it sits nicely on the table. The next part of this process is to transfer the bottle from the rod it's originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. We're going to add a little bit of clear glass to the bottom to reinforce it. Sarah, over on the far right, is making the punty. She's coated the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass. That'll make it sticky. She'll bring it over to Gabe. Gabe will attach it to the bottom of the bottle, and then we'll break the bottle away from the original pipe. Sarah brings over the punty, the second steel rod. Gabe attaches it to the bottom. When they feel that bond is strong, we'll break the glass away from Gabe's pipe. Take his tweezers, dip them in water. He'll drip some water where he wants the glass to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now the bottle is held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. Gabe's going to flare the top of that. He's going to use that flare so he has something to push against. He's going to stretch out the neck to thin it out. Bust off the part he just stretched. We can't recycle our colored glass. The big furnace where we melt the glass, that's all clear, so we can't throw red and blue and green in there. Gabe's going to stretch that glass out at the neck a little bit more to thin it even more. Bust off the part we stretched out. Gabe's going to flare the top a little bit using the jacks, those metal tongs. Every once in a while, we have to warm up the connection between the metal rod and the bottle itself. If that connection's allowed to get too cold, the connection will crack and we'll lose the whole thing. When we use the torches to heat up the glass, we can focus the heat in a particular place. We can make just the part we want to shape extra hot and extra soft. We can shape that part without disturbing the rest of the shape. Gabe's going to fold over the rim of the neck so it's sort of doubled up right at the very top of the bottle. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take the bottle off the metal rod once the shaping is done, and we'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. If we just made this and put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. Do you guys have any questions? Yes? We haven't had any problems. It's hot down there. Well, we haven't had any problems. So the bottle is pretty much done. We're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in our annealing oven, our electric oven, where we'll slowly turn the temperature down overnight.
That's when it actually hardens because you're slowly bringing the temperature down.
No, it's hard. It's hard before we take it off the metal rod. It's hard right now. We're going to drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the bottle itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap on the pole, and off it'll come. We're going to take a torch and melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into our annealing oven, where we'll cool it down slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Nick Davis. Does anybody?
For the glass bottles now.
Say what?
I have more appreciation for the glass bottles.
Oh,
after
good.
seeing how
So we're going to make another fancy bottle. We're going to auction these off at the end of our goblet week. So from the 14th to the 19th, we're going to be having our goblet week. We'll have 5 different glass blowers who are expert goblet makers. And at the end of the week, we'll auction off the goblets to raise money for the museum. This is an annual event. It's always fun. People have different approaches to making these fancy goblets. So we're making some fancy bottles that we're going to auction off at the end of our Goblet Week, which is the 14th to the 18th. We're using all sorts of different fancy decorations. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Happy New Year. Okay. What? Oh, Dale doesn't work here. Oh, really? What was he like in high school? So Sarah, seated to the left, is blowing, as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes the glass using a pad of wet newspaper. Just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. So we're going to make this bottle in several sections. Can we put up the Encalmo drawing? So we're going to open the sections up to the same diameter and stick them together. Now, as part of the decoration for the center section, we're going to do what's called a roller wrap. We lay the pipe on those rollers. The rollers are set at a slight angle, so as we spin the pipe, it turns on its axis, but it also moves backwards at the same time. Here we go. You dab on a little contrasting colored glass, and the rollers enable us to make a tight spiral decoration. So this bubble here is going to be the center section of our bottle. We're going to put another roller wrap on it. Gabe's melting that first section roller wrap into the surface. We'll let that bubble sag a little bit. So the second roller wrap will go on at an angle. Here comes Nick with the colored glass. We dab it on and then spin the pipe. And now we'll melt that in. I'm going to put one more roller wrap on. folks you see here blowing the glass today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're, each of them has at least 20 years experience blowing glass. They're super skilled, and they're working as employees of the museum. So that's Gabe holding the pipe now, Gabe Feenan. Over on the far right with shaved head, that's Nick Davis. Once again, we're going to let this bubble sag a little bit off center. And so all these stripes that we're adding are going to crisscross. This is called a roller wrap. Does anybody have any questions? Well, for decoration. We're adding the stripes for decoration, yeah. Steel. S-T-E-E-L. Steel. They were white. Yeah. Oh, it's that one that looks white. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Right. Okay, so you heard that gold. It's a funny color. That kind of looks white when it's hot, but when it cools off, it's more of a caramel color, and so it's a transparent caramel color with, they call it gold, but it doesn't really look gold. It's more of an ambery color. The other two sections are going to be olive green. This is we're going to squeeze down a little nub at the end of that bubble, and then we're going to cut that nub off. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions? A bottle. A bottle. A very fancy bottle. It varies so much from individual. It's kind of, I would compare it to learning an instrument. Some people are very good at it. Some people play piano their whole lives and never very good at it. Yeah, they make little hobby furnaces that are on wheels and that roll, that run on propane things that you use for barbecues. So they make hobby furnaces. What you're seeing here is the super deluxe setup. Yeah, but you can blow glass without all this. It's a team sport, pretty much. It's a team sport, pretty much. Um, you can make certain things alone, but it's very limiting. It works much better if you work as a team.
And when you have a team of people, is it like one of those things where you have to kind of get to know each other before you can work really well together? Or is it something where
Not if
someone
you're,
can kind
if
of
you
jump
know,
in?
I mean, we're going to open the end of that up. The tool in Gabe's hand is called the jacks. He's pressing against the inside of that opening to make it wider. So we're going to make, there's going to be 3 sections to this bubble. We'll make it in 3 different pieces, and then we'll stick them together. Can we put up the Incalmo slide? Can we put up the Incalmo drawing? This is going to be the center section. He's taking a little measurement off that opening. If you look up on the big screen, when we join hollow bubbles of different colors or patterns, it's called incalmo. It means to graft in the Venetian dialect. So we open up the 2 bubbles to the same diameter, heat up the edges so they're soft and sticky, and just squeeze them together. Well, there'll be a seam. You'll see the seam. No, I mean, you can see where the 2 bubbles meet. Once we get this squared away, we'll put this center section in this oven over here. This is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make the glass soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. Yeah. Do you have a question, sir?
How many ovens or kilns do you have going at once?
It depends on, I mean, we have 6. We have 2 glass furnaces and 4 glory holes. We just light up whatever we need for that particular project.
So
We hardly ever light them all up at once. No, today we have 2 glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, and 2 furnaces.
I just seen glowing over there. I was asking about that.
Yes. The furnaces, the 2 glass furnaces are on 24/7 all the time. The glory holes we light up as many as we need.
People always work in pairs.
We almost always work in a team. We got 3, so it's not a pair. Yes, those are, we're gonna be making some goblets. We make goblets, we often make the bowls first, and then we'll put them in the garage, and then we'll make a stem and a foot and stick the bowl on top. But we're not going to do that today. There's 2 kinds of furnaces. The glass furnaces, the ones with the doors closed, where we hold the molten glass, those are 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. The glory holes, the round ones with the open door, those are 2300. Yeah, we get our glass in a form called batch, and batch is kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients, and we shovel it into the furnace, cook it overnight, and in the morning it becomes glass. So when we get it, it's a powder which has all the raw ingredients in it, and then when we cook it, all those ingredients melt together and make glass. So it's not glass when we get it. We use a glass that's specially formulated for this hand-type blowing. The glass that goes into a bottle is a little different. It's formulated to harden very quickly so that a machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. Our glass is formulated to harden slowly so we can shape it by hand. Can we put up the ingredients slide? So if you look up on the big screen, the glass is made out of 3 main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw them in the furnace, cook them overnight. In the morning, we have a tank full of clear glass. If we wanted to make colored glass, then we'd add a 4th component, usually some kind of metal. Different metals make different colors. If we cooked up those 3 ingredients with cobalt, we'd get blue glass, chromium green glass, tin white glass, a little bit of gold, a beautiful ruby red glass.
What's fuel?
Natural gas. All the glass in our furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately. We buy it in various forms. We buy it in bars. We buy it in chips. We buy it in powders. Could we put up the color bar photo? So this is one of the ways we get our glass, our colored glass. It's called Color Bar. We buy it from two companies in Germany. They have almost 200 colors. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace, we heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be, red or blue or green. We have a little video. We can show you how that's done. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
The reason that we apply the color in that manner is so that we can have any color we want anytime we want. If we filled the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. We can only recycle our clear glass. The color, because the furnaces where we melted are all clear, we can't throw little bits of red and blue and green in there. So that's Sarah Gilbert, sitting to the left of the bench, Gabe Feenan in the center holding the pipe, and Nick Davis with his arms crossed. Something that's 40, 50 pounds of glass. There's no formal system here in the United States. People have all different stories. Some people learn at work. Gabe was leading our team today. He learned entirely at work. He got a job in his early 20s at a glass shop knowing absolutely nothing. And he's been blowing glass for the last 30 years. Here in Tacoma, You can learn glass blowing in the public schools. There's a middle school and high school program called the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools. There's about 49 art colleges across the United States that have glass in their art departments. So Gabe is squeezing that bubble in the middle. We're gonna cut it into two pieces. We'll use one piece for the bottom of the bottle. We'll put the fancy striped piece in the middle, and then another piece for the top of the bottle. All glass looks orange when it's hot. Gabe said this is going to be an olive green. So the color you're seeing right now is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. Does anybody have any questions? Say what? Oh, yeah. An old pal of mine. Yep. I've known him since he was 15. He's a cool guy. What? Maybe not. He's very, very talented. What? Well, he's like one of the most famous photographers. Red is a particularly funny color when it's kind of medium hot. It looks almost black. When it's kind of hot, it looks brown, and when it cools off, it'll be lipstick red.
It's like this. I don't know that I'd be able to figure this out.
What?
Everything looks orange. I mean, I wouldn't know what I was making.
Whatever color you start with, that's the color you end up with. So if I coat the bubble with red,
Yeah.
it's going to look black while I'm working, and when it cools off, it'll be red again. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, they return to their natural color. That's the same thing you're seeing here with the glass. Does that make sense?
You're very good at that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Stop pointing at each other and who has the question? Who? The little girl? Hi. That oven is 2,300 degrees. It's 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano.
Now that's pretty interesting.
Can it actually be beat by
Yes, that's true. Yep. No, you can make glass just out of sand, but it has to get very, very hot, like 3,000 degrees. So when the sand is struck by lightning, it gets hot enough to melt the sand into making glass. What? That glass is glass from lightning strikes are called fulgurites. Fulgurite. No, sea glass is just regular glass from bottles that's been worn away by the sand in the ocean. How did I get into glass blowing? Somebody told me it was fun. So Gabe is opening up that section to the same diameter that we made the last piece. He's checking it with the calipers. So we're opening each of these sections up to the same diameter, and we're going to fuse them together. Sarah's doing the same thing. She's opening up her section to the same diameter. Sarah on the bench on the right. Do you guys have any questions? Oh, these are fancy. I would say probably 40 minutes. So we're making 3 separate sections with fancy decorations. So we're about to join the 2 sections together. Can we put up the Incalmo drawing again? So here comes Nick with his section. It's open to the same diameter as Gabe's section. And we'll stick them together. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. Thank you, Chris. Now we'll break away Nick's pipe. We'll drip a little water where we want it to break. Sarah over on the right has the final section. tremendous amount of water. Not enough water. Big clouds. What? So Gabe's going to open up the end of that section he just added. And Sarah's waiting for him. And then we'll join the third and final section. So right now, Gabe has the top of the bottle, the center of the bottle, and the section that Sarah has will become the bottom. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? Now we have our completed bubble. We're going to heat that up in the glory hole, and now we're going to make that into a bottle. Gabe is shaping his bubble on the Marver. The steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with torches. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. So we can get the part that we want to shape extra hot and soft without disturbing the rest of the shape. So now Gabe's going to start to make the neck of the bottle. So you want that section extra hot. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. That's Sarah Gilbert. She's the person who's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube and inflate the glass as Gabe shapes it. So now we have a unified bubble with all three sections joined together. I don't know. I've tried to research that, and I have not found a satisfactory answer. So Sarah is blowing through the steel tube, the blowpipe, as Gabe shapes the glass using a pad of wet newspaper. Just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. Gabe is giving it a squeeze with a tool called the jacks and stretching out a narrow section which will become the neck of the bottle. So he's squeezing it and he's also pulling outward to stretch the glass. He's going to make a little notch at the top, and that's the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The tool is called the jacks, and making that notch is called jacking it down. Very occasionally, not very often. We try to keep things clean. If you're here with kids, we have a special contest for kids called Kids Design Glass. Any kid 12 or under can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to keep and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter the contest. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And it doesn't cost anything. Just go there, do your drawing, fill out the entry form so we can contact you. And if we pick your drawing, we'll call you up. You can bring the whole family down, and we'll make it right in front of you. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills? So if you look up on the big screen, we have some examples of some of the sculptures we made from the kids' drawings. Across the hall in our exhibition space, we have a large exhibit of many of the winners of our contest. So we make 2 of each of these. One stays here at the museum, and the other the kid gets to take home. If you're here and you're younger than 12, I encourage you to enter the contest. Now Gabe's straightening out the sides of this bottle on what we call the newspaper marver. It's a sheet of plywood covered with several sheets of wet newspaper. And we're getting ready to flatten the bottom of our bottle. Nick, to the right of center, he's got a wooden paddle. He'll press the wooden paddle against the bottom as Gabe turns the pipe. Just newspaper. Nope. The ink just burns up. We put up the newspaper photo. So it's just everyday, ordinary newspaper, nothing fancy. Thank you, Chris. This Incalmo technique, where we join separate bubbles of different colors or different patterns, is very popular in Venetian glass. It started in Islamic glass around 1000 AD. So Nick's going to hold the wooden paddle across the bottom to make it nice and flat and straight. Gabe is leaning on the sides with the jacks to keep them straight. He's going to push the center in a little bit so the bottom of it's concave. We're going to put a little dab of clear glass on the bottom. The next part of this process is to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Sarah over on the right has the punty. Her rod will hold the bottle from the bottom while we shape the top. She's going to heat up the tip of the punty so it's soft and sticky. She'll bring it to Gabe in the center, and he'll attach it. So here comes Sarah with the punty. You attach it to the bottom. When you feel that bond is firm, we'll break the glass away from Gabe's pipe. He'll take his tweezers, dip them in water. He'll drip a little water where he wants the glass to break. He'll give the pipe a tap, and off it'll come. So here he goes. Oh, he's going to warm it up a little first. Here's the tweezers with the water. You drip in that little notch that he made. Give it a tap, and off it comes. So now the bottle is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Anybody got any questions? Can we put up how hot is it? So if you're curious about the temperatures of the different pieces of equipment, the glass furnaces are the ones with the doors closed. Those are 2100 degrees. The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. Those are 2300. The annealers are the big black ovens on the opposite side of the studio. That number on this slide is wrong. We changed our glass. It's now 890, not 925. And the garage, where we keep the parts warm, that's a silver oven in the curved side. That's about 800 on one side and 1,000 on the other. neutral updraft. Take the heat and smoke away from the furnace. Thank you, Chris. So as Gabe shapes the neck, his assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. If we put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't.
Take it those paddles though start to you have to start getting new ones after a while. They start to like,
It was maybe 6, 8 months.
start to get charred.
Gabe's gonna flare the top with the jacks. And he's gonna use that flare to stretch out the neck. The glass at the top is always a little thick, so we'll stretch it out and then cut that off. Make a little notch, and then we'll bust off that stretched out part. We're making these fancy bottles to be auctioned off at during our Goblet Week, January 14th to 18th. During our Goblet Week, we'll have 5 different glass blowers who are excellent goblet makers. They'll make goblets one each day. One artist each day. They'll make a number of goblets, and at the end, we'll have an auction and auction off the goblets that were made during the week. Well, there's different ways. Gabe, the man who's leading the team today, he learned at work. He got a job in a glass shop, and he didn't know anything about it. He just learned stuff at work. Sarah went to art college where she learned it. And here in Tacoma, you can learn glassblowing in the public school, in middle school and high school, regular public school.
Do you know which schools?
Hilltop Heritage and Silas, which used to be Jason Lee and Wilson. Silas is what we used to call Wilson, and Jason Lee is Jason Lee is now Hilltop Heritage.
Does that answer your question? Yeah? Okay.
Gabe's going to flare that opening again. And we're going to fold that over.
People must have burns. You have a clinic on site?
What? I don't understand.
People must have burns.
Oh, we get little burns just very occasionally, like you might if you worked in a kitchen. Nothing more serious than that. I'm sorry I don't have any horror stories for you. We're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We're going to anneal it in one of these big black ovens. We keep it at a constant temperature. For this glass, it's 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, it has a computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. If we didn't do that, if we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would break. So once again, we're going to use water on the joint between the metal rod and the bottle itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. We'll take a torch and melt a little spot on the bottom where we broke it off. And take it to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Nick Davis.
My mom wants them to make her class creations.
So I could get my own piece made. Yep. Thank you for your.
Very well. Thanks for coming in.
I guess that's it, huh?
Oh, no. Well, we'll make some more, but we'll work till 1 o'clock, and we'll make some more fancy bottles, different kinds. No. Yeah, we'll take lunch at 1. We're gonna continue working.
They really tested us right when we walked in.
Go on there.
over on the right, we're starting our bottle. Nick, sitting down at the workbench, has blown a bubble of clear glass. Sarah, standing up, is heating up some blue glass, and we're going to coat Nick's bubble with the blue glass. This is called a color overlay. So over on the right, that's the beginning of our bottle. Nick has blown a little bubble of clear glass. We've coated it with blue glass. And this is going to become the body of our bottle. Just to get you guys started, I'm going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. In each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes, those are called blow pipes, and we dip them into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. And we just keep building up the glass in layers. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and those are called glory holes. Those are the round furnaces with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. All glass, when it's really hot, looks some shade of orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The bubble that Nick is making on the right, that's blue. And the only reason I know it's blue is because they told me. I see the same orange that you do. Do you guys have any questions so far? I just told you. There's a. I just told you. The round ones are called glory holes. There's no glass in them. They're just for heating and softening the glass while we're working. The ones with the doors closed are glass furnaces. Those contain the tanks of molten glass. So now Nick is letting his bubble cool and stiffen, and we're going to dip it into the big tank of clear glass and going to coat it with a fresh layer of hot molten glass. Each time we dip the bubble into the furnace and coat it is called taking a gather. Gather. Now in the center, Gabe is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. The color in glass comes from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. We buy our colored glass separately. I had a chunk here. We buy it from two companies in Germany. When we want to make a red bubble, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of red, and then we coat that initial bubble with the red glass or the blue glass. But the color in this glass comes when it's cooked up from scratch. That's when they add the metals. Gabe is shaping the bubble using the block. It looks like a scoop. We don't scoop up any water in it. We use it empty. We just want the wood itself to be wet so it doesn't burn. Now we're about to add some decorations. Sarah, to the right of center, is getting a little clear glass out of the furnace. And she's going to pick up a patterned rod of glass called cane, C-A-N-E. And we're going to melt the cane onto Gabe's bubble. Sarah picked up a cane from the garage, the silver oven. She's going to heat it up till it's soft, and we're going to trail it onto our bubble for decoration. So she's bringing the cane over to Gabe. And Gabe's going to melt on the cane onto our bubble. We're going to do that several times to make, and then we'll start to blow the bubble up to its full size and shape. So we're making a fancy bottle. But right now, we're just adding these canes for decoration. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Happy New Year. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. Sarah in the center is heating up another cane, C-A-N-E. And we're going to apply it to the bubble that Gabe has sitting at the workbench. So now we've added all these decorative stripes. We're going to melt them into the surface of the bubble. The round oven where Gabe is heating it up is called the glory hole. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? So it's just a big brick barrel with a gas burner in the side. There's no glass in there. It's just for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So now Gabe's going to shape that bubble using a tool called the block. It's a scoop-shaped tool made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn and doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. You notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Does anybody have any questions? About a half hour. No, the cooling is overnight. No, it just prevents it from breaking. If we just made this and put it on the table, walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. If we cool it slowly overnight, it doesn't break. Now Gabe's going to take a tool called the jacks. He's going to squeeze the glass and make a narrow section for the neck of the bottle. He's going to squeeze the glass again and make a little notch at the top. And that's the place we're going to be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. So Sarah is blowing. You can see the bubble at the end getting bigger. Gabe is blowing a little air on the bottom so that the bottom doesn't get too thin. So by blowing air on it, it'll stiffen that section, and that won't expand as much as the sections that are hotter. When he swings the glass like that, he's trying to make the bubble longer. The centrifugal force, the glass is soft, and the centrifugal force stretches it out. Now we're going to roll the bottle side against the newspaper marver. It's a sheet of plywood with several sheets of wet newspaper on it. And we use it to straighten out the sides. When we roll it against the paper, it doesn't leave any marks. If we rolled it against the steel table, it would leave marks called chill marks. We're making these fancy bottles to be auctioned off during our Goblet Week, January 14th to the 18th. We'll have 5 different artists who are very talented goblet makers will come to the museum. Each year we'll have a different, or each day we'll have a different artist. And then there'll be a auction of the goblets that get made during the week. Now we're going to flatten the bottom of the bottle. We'll hold the wooden paddle against the glass as we turn the pipe. The bottom is hot and soft, and this will make the bottom flat. The next part of this process is to transfer the bottle from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold the bottle from the bottom while we shape the top. Over on the far right, Sarah Gilbert, is preparing the punty. She's coated the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass to make it sticky. She's going to bring it over to Gabe at the center workbench, and he's going to attach it to the bottom of the bottle. Sarah's coming over with the punty. We'll attach it to the bottom. It's not part of the object. It's just there temporarily to hold the bottle from the bottom while we work on the top. Once they feel that bond is firm, we'll break the glass away from Gabe's pipe. We use a little bit of water. We drip water where we want it to break. Give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now the top of the bottle is exposed. The top of the bottle can now be heated and shaped. Has anybody got any questions? Hi. Do you guys have any questions? We're going to flare the top. And we're going to use that flare to give us something to push against so we can stretch the neck out and thin the glass in the neck. The glass that where the neck is always a little thick, so we stretch it out, thin it, and then cut some of it off. So we're going to flare that opening again with the jacks, those metal tongs. Periodically, we have to go and warm up the connection between the bottle and the metal rod. As long as that's warm, everything's okay. If we allow that connection to get too cold, it can crack. How do we get the what? This one? Oh, there's no printing on it. That's, we took a rod of colored glass and we melted on, we dripped it on and then melted it into the surface. Gabe is shaping the neck using a pad of wet newspaper. He's going to fold over that little flange. So you have a thick section at the top. We're getting close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. When we're done, we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in that big black oven on the right side of the studio. We keep that oven at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, it has a little computerized thermostat that will slowly turn the temperature down to room temperature overnight. As long as, if we didn't do that, if we just made this bottle and put it on a table and walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break.
Would it break then, or would it break at a later date, like it would make it weaker?
It would break then.
Is it just explode?
Does the neck typically have more stress in it at the end of the
No, not particularly. So we can take the tweezers, dip them in water, put a few drops of water on the joint between the metal rod and the bottle itself. We'll soften the bottom where we broke it off so it's not sharp, and into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Nick Davis, and Sarah Gilbert. I think that's lunch. So we'll take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer. Say what? They're going to be auctioned off at our fundraiser. Thanks for coming in, guys. See you in an hour.
So where is the highest amount of stress on the bottom at the end?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any particular spot.
Well, I'm just wondering what would cause the stress to make it want to break.
If it doesn't cool, if it doesn't cool at a uniform rate,
Yep.
the outside cools and it starts to shrink,
Yep.
and it pulls on the interior with enough force to break.
Oh. So it'll crack from the inside out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. I know it's hard, but there's clearly engineering going on.
No.
I have a question.
Sure.
I would think, working with such high temperatures and materials that don't cool super fast, that it wouldn't be such a shorts and a t-shirt affair. Does heat-resistant clothing enter the equation, or is that
Nope.
does it depend on the scale
Only
of
when
the
we're making
project?
big things. Sometimes we'll put on a Kevlar sleeve or gloves, but we only put them on when we're comfortable.
So it's just little burns and things like that are all part of the process.
Like I would compare it to working in a kitchen. Once in a while, you get a burn. What? Yeah. coming in. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have our resident team of glassblowers working. We have Gabe Feenan in the hat, Sarah Gilbert leaning in front of the furnace, and Nick Davis, the man with the shaved head. These guys are all professional glassblowers. They have over 20 years experience blowing glass. And we're going to be making some fancy bottles that we're going to auction off at one of our annual fundraisers. On January the 14th to the 18th, we're going to have our Goblet Week, our annual Goblet Week, where we have 5 of the best goblet makers from around America come, and each day will be a different artist, and at the end, we'll be auctioning off the goblets that they make. So, just to get you started, I'm going to give you a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's 2 of them, one on each side of the studio. In each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass from 2 companies in Germany. Can we put up the color bar photo? If you look up on the big screen, you can see we buy these bars of colored glass. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace. We heat up a little chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with red glass or blue glass, whatever color we want the object to be. We have a little video. We'll show you how that works. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we color the glass in that manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with colored glass, let's say blue, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any color we want at any time. So we're going to make this bottle in 3 sections. Right now, Gabe is working on the center section. We're going to blow the bubbles. We're going to open them up to the same diameter and stick them together. Could we put up, excuse me, the Encalmo drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. We call this Encalmo when we join open bubbles of different colors or patterns. We open the ends of the bubbles up to the same diameter. We heat the edges till they're soft and sticky, and then we stick them together. So the section that we're working on now is the middle section, and we're decorating it with what's called a roller wrap. We place the pipe on those rollers. The rollers are set at an angle. So when we spin the pipe, it not only turns on its axis, but it turns backward as well. And that allows us to wind on a nice tight spiral. Here we go. So we're going to do, I think, 3 of those roller wraps, and then we're going to blow it up to its full size and shape. Has anybody got any questions so far? Have there been any accidents? We had one trip to the emergency room where somebody slipped and fell, and that's once in 23 years. So I think we're doing pretty good. Yes. Yes. It's going to make stripes. We'll melt it into the surface, and those will be stripes on the surface of the glass. He's going to let that sag a little bit, so each application of the spiral stripes will go at a slightly different angle, and that'll create our pattern.
So where do you get the sand from?
We buy what's called batch, which is all the ingredients that go into the glass. We buy it from a company in North Carolina, and where they get their sand, I have no idea.
Where did you get the sand from?
I told you I had no idea. I don't know. We buy it from another company, and wherever they get their sand, that's where they get their sand. There's usually one lead glass blower. In this case, it's Gabe, and he's decided what the designs are for today. But I mean, we do all sorts of things here. We have guest artists come in from all over the world, and they decide what we make when they're here. We have requests from the store. We have commissions. It's all different things.
And so do they put together like a plan, almost like a recipe, like you need to heat up this glass, like this color? And
Vaguely.
okay.
These guys are all pros, and they know pretty much what they need to do. So they, talk about it for 5 minutes, and they go to work. I don't think it's anywhere near as organized as you may imagine. So now Gabe's melted in all our stripes. He's shaping the glass with a tool called the block. That's a scoop-shaped tool made out of wood. It looks like a scoop, but we don't scoop up any water in it. We just want the wood itself to be wet so the tool doesn't burn while we shape the glass. So Gabe is pinching out a little nub there so that, and we're going to cut off the little tip of that bubble so we can open it up so it's ready to join to the next bubble. He's going to stretch that out. He's going to give it a little squeeze with the jacks. There'll be a little knob on the end, and we'll cut that off. We're going to give that little knob a whack. So that'll give us a little hole in the end of the bubble, and we're going to open that up. Can we put up the Il Calmo drawing again? So if you look up on the big screen, you see how the ends of those two bubbles are open to the same diameter, and when we squeeze them together, they'll fuse, and that's how we'll get our multiple tone bubble. Does anybody have any questions? So Gabe's going to widen the opening with a tool called the jacks. He's going to press against the inside as we spin it, and the opening will get wider. Over to the left, Nick is going to grab a bar of colored glass. We've been keeping it warm in this oven. This is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at about half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make the glass soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we pull it out and heat it up a little extra. Glass doesn't have a melting temperature. Glass just slowly gets softer and softer the hotter you get it. We keep it in the furnace at about 2100 degrees, and at that temperature, it has the consistency of honey, but it doesn't melt like ice. Ice, there's a specific temperature, and it goes from liquid to water, solid to liquid. Yeah, well, the hotter you get it, the more fluid it becomes. If we made it a little hotter, it might be like molasses. If it was a little hotter than that, it might be like milk. If it was hotter than that, it'd be water. So the hotter you get it, the more fluid it gets. It may help to think about the glass like wax or butter. As you get it hotter, it gets a little softer, a little hotter, a little softer. So this is going to be our center section. Sarah is heating up the colored glass for the top and the bottom. Gabe's going to come by and show you the pattern. So we're going to make another bubble. I think he said blue. We're going to cut it in half. We'll use one half for the bottom of the bottle. We'll use this for the middle, and the other half will be the top of the bottle. You guys have any questions? What you mean in the garage? Oh yeah, yes, to keep it from on center. Yeah.
So, on that white paper up there is the final design of what he's working on?
No, that's something from another day.
Oh.
Has nothing to do with it.
No wonder that's confusing. Okay. So, is there a sample of what he's working on, or he's just got it in his head?
Got it. Over on the far right, we're going to do the color overlay like you saw in the little video. Nick has a bubble of clear glass. Sarah has the colored glass. And when she gets that hot enough, we're going to drop a blob of the colored glass onto the clear bubble. If you're here with kids today, we have a special contest for kids. Any kid 12 or younger, not older, younger, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's a contest, so not everybody wins. But it's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. If you win, we'll call you up. You can bring the whole family down, and we'll make it right in front of you. put up some of the kids' design stills up on the big screen? It's called the contest is called Kids Design Glass. Okay, what's the difference between crystal and ordinary glass? Crystal is glass. It's not a different material. It's a type of glass that has between 25 and 35% lead. The lead makes the glass denser, and because it's denser, it bends light more, and it's a little more sparkly. But it's much more a creation of retail than it is of glass blowers. To us, it's like chocolate or vanilla, but in the retail world, they get their panties in a twist about crystal. This glass is formulated to harden slowly, so we can shape it by hand. The window glass is formulated to harden very quickly, so you can make miles and miles of window glass, quickly. If we were to melt window glass in our furnace, we could blow it, but it would be very difficult because it would harden up. It would set up so quickly. This is made to stay soft longer, and it's easier for hand blowing. I don't know the formula. It's usually between 65 and 75%. We call it sand. We don't call it silica. You guys have any questions? What? Wow, wow is good. We like wow. I said we like wow. Wow is good. Yep. It's more fun in person, I think, than on TV. So that center section with the spiral stripes is now sitting in the garage, staying warm. Its shape won't change. And when we're ready to assemble it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. Yes? Okay, how come it's a yellowish color when it comes out of the furnace and then it turns to a different color? The color you see when the glass is really hot is the glow from the heat. It's not the color of the glass. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn it on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears, and you see the natural color again. So that yellow orangey color, that's the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. Does that make sense? Yes, no? You can say no.
When they mass produce all the different size and model, right, for consumers, how do they manage all the different shapes and sizes?
They have molds. In the industry, when they make bottles, the glass is blown into a metal mold. They have different size molds. How do we do what with the bubbles? By cooking the glass. That's why you have to cook it overnight. Because in a couple of hours, the chemicals melt together and make glass, but it's quite bubbly. The longer we cook it, the more the bubbles rise to the surface and pop. So the longer we cook it, the more bubbles it takes out of it. That's called fining out the glass. Fining. Into the furnace? Water. If there's bubbles on the surface of the glass, we can pop them by spraying in regular water. A lot of things that we do here are simpler than they look. When we shape the glass, we're going to do most of the shaping with newspaper, everyday ordinary newspaper. Say that again? When did people start blowing glass? We believe it was about 50 to 75 BC. So over 2,000 years ago. Yeah, not blowing. Yeah. Yep, he's right. It was a luxury item. Well, up until before blowing came in, glass was kind of a semi-luxury material like silver. So it only made things that were fancy and for the upper class. When blowing came in, it was quicker and easier to make stuff, and that's when you started to get things like bottles or windows, things in that everyday people used. So you'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. That's Sarah Gilbert. She's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow into that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Gabe in the hat shapes it. So one person will blow while the other person shapes it. This style of working is very typical of the Venetian style of glass blowing. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans. Since that time, we blow glass pretty much the way they do in Venice. Each country has slightly different style. So Gabe is shaping the glass with a pad of wet newspaper. Just everyday, ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. As long as the paper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Why do we use newsprint? Because it's free. People give us their old newspapers. It works really well. There's no reason to use anything fancier. For most of glass history, the tubes were made of iron. No, I think they had iron when they started glass blowing. It started around 50, 75 BC. They had iron at that time. Now, I would say the majority of pipes are made out of stainless steel, but some people still like the mild steel ones as well. So we're making a little longer bubble, and we're going to cut that in half. We're going to use half for the bottom of the bottle. We're going to use half for the top, and we're going to put the fancy section in the middle. Okay, what's the training? There is no official training thing. It's more like, no, it's more like learning an instrument than it is like being a lawyer. There's no set program. Gabe, who's leading our team today, he learned at work. He got a job in a glass shop in his early 20s. And he's been working ever since. Sarah learned at an art college. There are about 50 art colleges across the nation that have glass in their art departments. Here in Tacoma, you can learn glass blowing in the public schools. There's a middle school and high school program called the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools. So everybody has a different story. It's not uniform or hierarchical like being a lawyer. The torches allow us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put in the big round oven, the glory hole to heat it up, it's not very specific. When we need the heat in a specific place, we use the torches. So we're going to cut this bubble in half. We use half for the top of the bottle and half for the bottom. Sarah's going to come over with a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. She's going to grab half of it, and then we're going to break the bubble in the middle. So now Gabe has half of the bubble, and we're going to open it up, and we're going to stick on the fancy spiral part. The fancy spiral part is sitting in this oven over here, staying warm. Can we put up the Encalmo drawing again? So if you look up on the big screen, we call this process of joining bubbles together incalmo. It means to graft in the Venetian dialect. Thank you, Chris. We're going to take the metal tongs called the jacks and press against the inside of that opening to make it wider. Nick, standing up, is holding a wooden paddle across the front to make sure it's nice and flat. Gabe is checking the diameter. So we want all these things open to the same diameter so we can fuse them together. The furnaces stay on 24 hours a day. The glass furnaces, the ones that have the tanks of molten glass, those are on 24/7. The glory holes, the brown ones with the doors open, those are only on during the working day. So over on the right, Sarah has the center section, which we made earlier with the spiral stripes in it. It's been sitting in the garage, staying warm, and now we're about to join the two sections together. Oh no, Nick has the, Sarah's got the bottom section, I think. Sarah has the bottom section, Nick has the center. Nick is the guy with the shaved head. So this process is a little trickier than it seems. We have to get it hot enough so they stick together, but not so hot that they lose their shape. And once we touch the two bubbles together, they're stuck forever. So we sort of have one shot to get it right. So now we're going to heat that up and open the closed end of that bubble. Has anybody got any questions? Nick is one of our. They're all employees of the museum.
Okay, so sometimes there's an artist in residence.
Sometimes,
but
yes.
This time, that
It's
doesn't
our
happen.
our resident team of glass blowers.
And typically, when it's an artist in residence, they're for how long a period of time?
5 days.
Okay. But it just varies whether or not you have an artist in residence or.
We have about 30 or so over a period of a year, and when there's no artist in residence, then our resident team is working.
Okay. So it's busy every day.
Yes, every day.
Right.
And these guys are world-class glass blowers, so you're not missing anything
No.
by watching them.
Yeah.
Okay, so where they put the two pieces together,
Yes.
does that become a drastic weak spot?
No.
Or does glass,
It fuses. If they do their jobs right, it'll be thoroughly fused.
So it would be just as strong as the rest of it?
Yes. Or high.
Yeah. It seems like, and we come and watch, and we never see them make a mistake.
Well, these guys, you're looking at some world-class glass blowers. These guys, Gabe's leading our team today. He's been blowing glass for over 30 years. So you'd be surprised. No, these guys are very good at it. They make it look a lot easier than it actually is. It's actually quite difficult.
But they obviously, everybody makes mistakes sometimes.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, of course. But
Just notice often is their skill.
yeah, no, these guys. They make it look very casual. So now we've joined the section for the top of the bottle and the center. Sarah has the section for the bottom over on the right, Sarah Gilbert. And we're going to do that same process that Incalmo, Incalmo, and we're going to attach the bottom section. Once we have all the sections joined, then we're going to blow it up to its full size and shape. Here comes Sarah. You want to make sure that we have a good seal between the sections because we're going to blow into it, so we can't have any leaks. Now Gabe's shaping the glass on that steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. So Sarah is blowing. You can see the bubble getting bigger. Now Gabe's squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks and making a narrow section for the neck of the bottle. He's squeezing it and he's also pulling outward, stretching it a little bit. So you have a nice long narrow section that will become the neck of the bottle. All sorts of things. What happens to the pieces that we make? These particular bottles we're making are going to be auctioned off at the end of our Goblet Week fundraiser. We make stuff for the store. We do commissions. We have guest artists come in from all over the world. They take the glass that they make with them, and they leave one piece for the museum collection. So all sorts of different things. We lubricate the jacks with wax. So we heat up the blades of the jacks and then rub it against the blocks of beeswax to lubricate it. So Sarah's blowing a little bit as Gabe shapes it. When he holds the glass down at an angle like that, the glass is soft, and the glass will stretch under its own weight, making the bubble longer. Now Nick is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom to make the bottom of the bottle flat. So the next part of this process is to transfer the bottle from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the bottle from the bottom while we shape the top. Over on the right, Sarah is preparing the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. She's taking it over to the pipe cooler. When these metal pipes get hot, we just rest them in that trough and spray water on them to cool them down and make them easier to hold. Gabe's scratching a little circle on the base so we can see where the center is. Sarah's coming over with the punty. We'll stick it on. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from Gabe's pipe. A few drops of water, a little tap, and off it comes. Do you guys have any questions? I'm going to bust off that part that they just stretched out. We're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We'll take the glass off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called an annealer, where we'll turn the temperature down very slowly overnight. We'll give the rod a tap. The bottle comes off. We'll take a torch and melt the little spot where we broke it off. And we'll take it to our annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Nick Davis. Has anybody got any questions? Yes. You have it?
Do y'all melt the broken glass down that's on the floor, like the little
No.
soft cuts? You just throw 'em
We recycle our clear waste. We don't have a good way of recycling our colored waste. Thanks for coming in, guys. Happy New Year. patience. Because if you have 100 and you let it go too long, it's not getting easy. And everybody wants to, most people want to take theirs during the holidays. Welcome.
I feel like holidays is a good time to go to a museum.
Yeah, it is. Cold outside and
You're off home for a couple of days.
families here. I always thought this was a good place to, cross generational. Kids can enjoy it. Old cranky grandparents.
Yeah, you gotta put the grandparents in here to fall asleep in the warm.
Middle age. It's like you see like the men in their 50s.
Oh really? Because they finally need to sit down.
They're like,
That happens to me.
their eyes start to flutter. The wife elbows them.
Oh really? Happens to me. You got
Yeah.
so much going on. You're just like finally sitting down.
We don't bug them about it. We have their money. They want to sleep through it. That's their problem.
Their wife's all like, you're snoring.
put up the newspaper photo. It's the air between the layers of the sheets of newspaper. When you fold it up a bunch of times, there's air between each sheet, and that's where the insulation comes from.
Not a good conductor of heat.
The fact that there's so many layers of air in it makes it interesting. Start right away. Somebody who's very bad at it. Right away. You ever swim at obsidian? That's glass. That's glass, so you are a glass maker. Yeah, copper inside. You made these rods called cane, and they have twisted patterns in them. And you draped them on the bubble, and then melted them in. So we're holding a wooden paddle across the bottom to make the bottom of the bottle flat. Gabe is leaning on the sides of the bottle with the jacks, those metal tongs, to keep the sides straight. We're going to roll the sides on the newspaper mortar. Just a sheet of plywood with several sheets of wet newspaper. When we roll it against the newspaper, it makes the sides straight, but it doesn't leave any marks. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? Okay, no, Joy, just checking. Glass. It's a. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So inside that machine there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, it has the consistency of honey. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the molten glass, twirl it around. A little bit sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. Does that answer your question? Yes, so there's a inside there, which she just dipped her pipe, there's 1,000 pounds of melted glass. There's two things. They're watching the motion as it gets hotter and softer, it flops around more, and they get feedback through the steel pole because they have to turn it faster and faster to keep it on center.
Oh, okay.
Those are the two things that, and experience, of course.
Yeah. But it's not like a color thing.
No, it's not color. You can't see it. Most of the colors, you know, different colors of glass look different at different temperatures. So that's not a reliable. Physical feedback in the pole and watching how the glass moves.
Off around. That's cool.
He's a sometimes he's fixing the furnace, and sometimes he's out here on the floor. They're all very talented. It's much harder than it looks. Come in here someday when we have a little try-in section for the visitors to try glass blowing. Really? Yeah. Yeah, go to the front desk because we do by appointment. It's usually on the weekend. They can, yeah. Well, if you watch the movies, try it. See, it's not quite this smooth. Yeah, yeah. It's fun. It's fun to try. It's a little daunting. But we have kids from the local high school glass blowing program to walk you through it. They do some of the difficult parts. It's fun. Yeah, it's definitely worth it. And you make something, you get a little souvenir as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I want to flip mapping. I give flip mapping classes. And you get the whole spectrum. You see there's a twinkle in my eye. Okay, that was good.
Yep. Pretty addictive class. So we're going to bust off a little section that we stretched out. The glass at the top of the bubble is always a little thick. So we have to stretch it out and cut off some of that thick section. So you'll notice that periodically we'll heat up the connection between the bottle and the metal rod. That connection is fragile. As long as it's warm, everything's okay. If it gets too cold, it can crack. And when I say too cold, I mean below 900 degrees. So we're getting pretty close to being done. We just got to fold over the little lip at the top of the bottle. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly. The slow cooling process is called annealing. It's not the same as annealing in metals. That's a different process. All the colors you see while we're working are distorted by the heat. The color of this bottle is steel blue. And I only know that because Gabe told me. I'm seeing the same thing you're seeing. So the bottle is done. We're going to take it to the annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. If we just took this off the metal rod and placed it on the table, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. We'll soften it in the spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So we're making some fancy bottles. The folks making the glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Gabe Feenan and the man in the hat on the right. Nick Davis in the center with a shaved head, and Sarah Gilbert over on the far right in the black shirt and shorts. We're making these fancy bottles to be auctioned off in a fundraiser at the January 18th. So we're going to switch gears here. We don't have quite enough time to make another one of these fancy bottles. So we're going to make the Venetian classic design called the Veronese vase. It was designed by Vittorio Zecchini in 1921. And it's copied from a Renaissance painting, The Annunciation by Paolo Veronese. And there was one little vase in that painting, and that was the inspiration for this classic vase that we're going to make. It's a favorite of glassblowers. It's often looked upon as a test of skill. Have you guys been here before? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just give you just a very brief introduction to glass blowing. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what the furnaces look like inside. So in each of the furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the big tank of molten glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. You dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. Once you get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And once it starts to cool and stiffen, we will go back to the round furnace, the glory hole, heat it up again, make it soft again, and continue to shape it. Right now they're making the foot of the vase. It's sort of the base. It's going to have a ribbed ball. That's what he's making right this moment. And then we're going to add a kind of trumpet-shaped clear foot or base. Over on the right, Nick is making a second bubble for the foot. We call it a blown foot because we make it from a second bubble. Nick in the center is heating up his bubble. He's going to get it nice and hot and soft. He's bring it over to Gabe. We'll let it droop on, and we'll cut it off in a teardrop shape. We're going to heat that teardrop up, and we're going to cut that in. Now we're going to heat that bubble up and spread it out to make the foot. Does anybody have any questions? The color in glass comes from metals, mostly metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. All clear. We buy colored glass separately. We buy it in the form of these bars, and when we want to make a red bowl, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, heat up a chunk of red glass, and then coat that initial bubble with red. But all the glass in the big furnace is all clear. So we're going to transfer the foot from the rods originally formed on to a second steel rod called the punty. Once we get the foot squared away, we'll place it in this oven over here called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make the glass soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape, and when we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. Over on your right, Gabe, our lead glass blower today, has just dipped his pipe into the molten glass. And He's going to make a bubble for the body of this vase. So this bubble that Gabe has is going to become the body of the vase. So Sarah is blowing. Sarah to the left. As Gabe shapes the bubble for the body of the vase. When he swings the glass like that, the glass is soft and the centrifugal force stretches out the bubble and makes it long. Do you guys have any questions? So now we're getting ready to attach the foot to the bottom of the vase. The bottom is the part sticking out. Nick's coming over with the pre-made base. Now we're going to transfer the vase again onto a second steel rod called the punty. We'll hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. We'll chill the top, and it's the lightest tap, and off it comes. We're going to make a little short neck on it. Going to wind on a little stripe of clear glass around the rim. We're almost done. We're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So that concludes our demonstrations for today. Kudos to our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Nick Davis. Thank you. If you have any questions before you go, I'll be happy to answer. Okay. Well, enjoy your evening.